Why does that sound so loud? Okay. Audio coming through. Okay. That should not be. Why is that echoing? Tasty coming in with the 3-month resub. Greatly appreciated. Welcome back to the subscribers. Is it echoing for you or is it just me? Try volume down a little bit. Just me. Weird. Why is it echoing for me? All right. Audio out. The hardware out. Digital. All right. So that is... I don't know why that's being weird. Yeah, we'll just roll with it. You're streaming here in YouTube, right? Both audio playbacks running. They shouldn't be because I don't have a YouTube window open. Like, I run all of my audio through Voice Meter. It's picking up okay, and it's sending to my digital output, which is where I've got it picking up from on Twitch. It is sending to, that should be just the desktop audio, so that doesn't matter. Digital output. Oh well, we'll figure it out later. All right, let me catch up on chat real quick, and then we'll get hopping into some of the leagues. No pun intended. Is Oculus better than OG for Merc? Depends on what you're expecting to see. Like, I think OG Merc is still better into like an unknown meta, but if you're walking into a room where you know there's going to be like 30% energy or something, then I'd probably just go Oculus and be on the safe side or safer side. Might even do a 3-3 split. 3-3 split can be okay. It really just depends on what you're expecting to see. Like, if you are expecting to see a whole bunch of energy, then I wouldn't leave home without like the 4 Oculus, 4 Unearth, unless you feel pretty comfortable in that matchup. And I think a lot of people just don't have like the reps yet to feel really comfortable in that matchup from the Murktide side. But if you are expecting anything else, then I think going like no Oculus, no Unearth, all Murktide is fine. But again, you kind of have to either know what you're expecting to run into and have a good game plan for it, or feel like you need that ability to kind of cheese out some wins, and Oculus is going to give you a better chance of cheesing out wins, but it's going to be a lot tougher to win with Oculus when like the going gets tough, when you play against opposing Murktides a lot, or you play against a bunch of like unholy heat decks and things like that aren't necessarily your meta staples, but can have a good time against things that are less than a 6/6. You can mitigate that a little bit by running some Murktides in your Oculus shell, but you have to understand that if you're running like Oculus and throwing some Murktides in there, you are just making yourself both a worse Oculus deck and a worse Murktide deck. You're not like making yourself a better Oculus deck, because you're cutting ways to get Oculus into play and replacing them with things that fight over Oculus fuel if you need to hardcast an Oculus. So all you're really doing is trying to become a better threat deck. Like, you're trying to more reliably get a threat into play and win off that. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, but that's like what you're signing up for, is just trying to get an Oculus or a Murktide into play on like turn 3 and go from there. You're not going to be as good of a Murktide deck because you're cutting interaction. You're not going to be as good of an Oculus deck because you're cutting ways to either get the Oculus in the yard or find unearths or fuel the graveyard aggressively. But like I said, running through the first league with Oculus, playing the Murktides because I am agreeing to the statement that my entire game plan is more hinged on getting a threat down sooner than it is being the best Oculus deck or the best Murktide deck if I choose to play Oculus. So that's what I'm running for the first one. Am I Eternal Weekending? I am not. I do actually, though, have a Legacy event coming up. The showcase or the Creator Showdown for November is going to be Legacy. And I am going to play some sort of blue-black something build in that. I don't know yet whether it's going to be Shadow or if it's just going to be like a kind of traditional Psychic Frog build. But it'll be something with Psychic Frog and Brainstorm and probably Tameo. But that's going to be about all of the Legacy stuff that I have planned. Don't you have to 5-0 League or something similar? In the Creator Showdown, in the Showdown, you get 6 matches and payouts based on your record. 5-0 essentially gets you cash. 5-0, 5-1, 6-0. And anything less than that gets you like play points and stuff. So, kind of. All right, well, let's hit record on this league so we can get rolling with it. All right, first league of the day, playing through some Dimir Oculus, some Dimir Froculus, some Dimir EyeHop, whatever you... I saw the name EyeHop on Reddit and commented on the post. I'll have to go back for the YouTube video and like give credit to whoever came up with the name. I thought it was kind of funny. If you're in the U.S., you know IHOP is a popular breakfast restaurant. But thought that was a pretty clever name. Figured I'd throw it in the stream title. Either way, it's what we're running through with the first league, the Abhorrent Oculus Unearth build. As far as flex spots go, cutting down to 3 Bowmasters. I have been liking Thoughtseize to an extent, but just kind of wanted to try something more similar to the list that have been trophying recently. Since I haven't gotten to play a ton the last couple of weeks, I kind of want to see what the meta shift is looking like before I make too many adjustments. The 2 Murktide in the main to go along with the 4 Oculus, 2 Harbinger, 4 Frog, blah, 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 blah. Y'all know most of that stuff. Really, the sideboard is where the changes I'm looking at are most condensed. So I am trying out 2 Pithing Needle. So the thought I had the other day, with a lot of the combo decks that are aiming to beat Boros being on cards like Goblin Charbelcher or Blade of the Blood Chief, like some of these activated ability combo decks, I wanted to see if Pithing Needle had a little bit of play there. What's the other one? Underworld Breach, the Grinding Station deck. Stuff like that popping up a little bit more. Want to see if Pithing Needle's got some use there. Can also bring it in against Boros to kind of fight over like Goblin Bombardment, the One Ring, a Johnny Flip, things like that. Got 2 Graveyard Trespassers. They've been pretty good every time I've cast them so far. So until they don't feel good, I'll probably just keep jamming them. Bunch of Consigns, Stern Scolding, Mystical Dispute, blah, 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 blah. Let's go ahead and hop in. Why no Flute? Because 1 mana is less than 2 mana. For the most part. The other reason is like if they're both doing the same job, I just want the cheaper one. I have no intention of ever playing Disruptor Flute for the purpose of trying to make a spell 3 mana more expensive. Because more often than not, we're bringing it in against decks like Amulet Titan and Eldrazi Tron and stuff like that that just don't care if their spell is 3 mana more expensive. So if you're only using it for the activated ability side, why not play the cheaper one? Disruptor Flute is also a Magic card now. It's this thing. It's Pithing Needle with Flash and can make things more expensive. I think about cast it with Charbelcher on the stack, even if probably they don't do that, they don't have interaction. Well, they can like counter spell it on the stack. So if I wait for them to put a Charbelcher on the stack and cast my Disruptor Flute, I run the risk of them having like flare or pact or whatever. But if I can just play out my pithing needle more proactively, like turn 1 before they have a chance to play a creature and hold up Flare of Denial, then I can just get the thing down there and not have to worry about it anymore. Like, a lot of those heavy combo decks, I don't want to be fighting over, like, them having their combo on the stack. I want to be fighting it more proactively. So, things like, what's it called? Thoughtseize, cheaper options like Pithing Needle. Alright. Frog, Unearth, Oculus. We are on the draw, unfortunately, so bad luck on our part. Elves. Elves. Elvishes. Alright. Well, this could go very poorly for us very quickly. Well, that is not an elf. Contrary to popular belief. We're going to counter that. Alright, we'll save a little bit of life here and just get an island. Play out our frog. Say go. Hope you don't have like a collected company. Elvish War Master. Dun dun dun. Alright, Counterspell is a pretty decent pickup. So let's go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 power. If I attack in and they block all out, I could ditch, Sink, Oculus, Scour, second Oculus. No. Sink, Oculus, Scour, Counterspell, Unearth Oculus, plan on being able to hard cast the second Oculus. So I think I'm going to attack in, see if they decide to block or not. Gonna throw the token in the way, sure. Have you seen that elf that makes your elves untap once each turn? I have not. That sounds like an intense elf. Alright. We'll hold up the counterspell just in case we get to tag something. Harbinger. Not the best one in the world. We've got a Bramblewood Paragon. And we'll just counter this one since I might as well use up my counter spells while I can. Hey Drew, what's up? Okay. Yay! I don't know why they're scooping here, but sure. Taking game 1 against elves. Love to see that. So we got Toxic Deluge. We're not going to bring in Pithing Needle because it does not look very good into a bunch of elves that all have activated abilities that are mana related activated abilities. Stern Scolding. Take out Force. Take out Harbinger. Roll with this. If I could board out all my counter spells, I gladly would, but unfortunately, that is quite a lot of cards I would need to cut. And I just don't have enough things I want to bring in. No lands, ship it. It's from Foundations. Called Dawn, a Selfish Archer. It gives your elves a triggered ability that untaps them with a counter on them when they tap the first time. Let's check this out as soon as I decide if I'm keeping this. I really don't want to keep this. I think this hand's pretty bad. Especially if they go like 1-drop into 3-drop. Well, keep because I don't have options. Alright. Foundations, Jumpstart. What's it called? Dionys? I'm assuming it's green. 4 mana, elves you control have, whenever this creature becomes tapped during your turn, untap it, put a 1/1 counter on it. This ability triggers only once each turn. So, during your turn, if you tap an elf, you get like a free untap on it. Ooh, that's nutty with Archdruid. Because if you have like enough elves to make 4, then it's just free to play this. And then isn't there that elf that like gets counters on it when you play other elves? And like taps equal to the number of counters on it or something like that? Or am I just making up elves? Very well could be. There's a lot of elves out there. Marwyn. Is that the name of it? No way did you cack? You cacked indeed. You did catch a stream. I can confirm. I want Psychic Frog. Don't think I want Psychic Frog more than I want just like another piece of interaction. So let's go ahead and Bowmaster down this Priest of Titania. There's a large amount of elf support on Foundations. Might play it in Standard. There's a funny amount of like decent Kindred decks that have seen some support in Standard recently. Like to the point of being Standard playable. Nothing's really like jotted them up the list on as far as modern playability, but like we've seen some cool fairy support cards for Standard, like Spell Stutter and Fairy Fencing, and like so close to being modern playable. How do you feel about Bowmasters in the meta right now? Bad. I think it's bad. So a lot of that, though, is I think it's not as good into a lot of the decks that people want it to be good against. And that kind of makes it suffer. Like, I don't think it's as good into Boros as people want it to be. And I think it's okay, but it's not great into, like, One Ring decks. And that's another matchup that just people want, like, Bowmaster to be this lights out card. So when it kind of falls behind against those, what are you playing it for? Like, what's it doing? All right, let's see what our opponent puts on the stack here. Because I do have a funny play. Okay, so what I can do is I can counterspell the War Master, hold priority, spell snare my own counterspell. And that puts fetch land in the yard, counterspell, and spell snare. So I would be able to resolve an Oculus. I kind of feel like, though, that they're going to put something else on the stack. But they might not. I don't think they did last turn. But I don't really know if they were just like waiting for the War Master. I would really like it if they did. And I could just like counterspell, get an Undercity Sewers. Wait. Priest of Titania is in Modern? It is. And now so is the stupid bug. Wirewood Symbiote. How do you hear frogs? Need a removal spell. That's kind of a funny one. Yeah, I think I'd rather get back the frog than the Bowmaster. Endurance. And we're going to counterspell that. Get back my frog. Doesn't look as good in the face of a bunch of War Masters, but Bunny, what's up? Yeah, Modern Elves nowadays is kind of wild. Let me see if I can find a list. It's really close to like extended elves or old legacy elves, like grape shot elves. The popular. I don't know if elves has trophied a league in the last like 8 months, but let's find out. Elves. Really have no idea how far back I have to go to find an elves deck. Ah. Oh my god, this is somebody running like actual OG elf. Throne of the God Pharaoh. Get out of here. This is in the list I want to find. These are all like bad elves cards. I want to find the one person playing good elves cards. Yeah, Wirewood Symbiote, Priest of Titania. It's closer. Or like combo elves, Quirion Ranger. Elves got some tools. Let's see. Joey, what would you swap it for? Talking about Bowmasters. I've been kind of messing around with swapping it with Thoughtseize, which I don't think is bad. Okay. 1, 2, 3. If I go discard spell snare, 6, 7 in the yard, fetch or just discard the flooded strand is 8. Hit with the frog, discard whatever I draw into. then I can still hard cast the Oculus. Elves in the year of our Lord. Year of our Lord 2024. Or at least the next 2 months. So we draw into something. We discard that. We play our eyeball buddy. 3, 4, 5, 6. Half of those clicks didn't register. Go. And if my calculations are correct, block, take 2, 4, 6, 7, 8. We're not dead. Or do they only get creature, land, reveal the top 4, put all cards in the chosen type into your hand? Does it show what they chose? Oh, they chose land and missed. Love to see that. Okay. Unfortunately, Orcish Bowmaster does not get a trigger when I flip it face up. But I do think I'm going to attack with the frog. Am I attacking with the frog? Or am I just saying like the frog is just going to eat a 1/1, so I'd rather keep it back? Do that. We can attack next turn when I can attack in and draw a card. Go. Year of our Lord, and funny enough, we need Wrath of God here to wipe the board. I do not want a Wrath of God. I don't want to get rid of my board. I'd take a Toxic Deluge pretty quick. Like, now. They can't make a whole bunch of mana. I'm just going to block both of these. We can fly our frog if need be now. Okay, so Priest of Titania, if I don't find a removal spell, is going to kill me, right? Because this will add 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It can activate War Master. So I have to fly the frog and attack in. I'm 1 short of just killing them, which kind of sucks. I can cycle the Unearth first. Had to step away. Did you answer the question of the Bowmaster situation? Yeah. If I weren't going to play Bowmaster, I'd play Thoughtseize right now. Another Oculus. That, unfortunately, is not a removal spell. So I need to discard everything, jump the frog, attack in, because that gives me a chance at finding a Bowmaster or a Fatal Push. Either one would be lethal. Why are we spinning ball of deathing? Oh, exile, exile, exile. Attacking with the 2/2 doesn't really matter. Bowmaster, push, shoot the sheriff. Alright, just to make sure, Wirewood Symbiote can bounce the priest back to their hand. Might 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. No, I'm fine. Go. It is untapped. Kind of rude deck. Kind of rude. So we go block, block, take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 is not lethal. Attacking in the air next turn. And they have got a Priest of Titania and an Unknown. So as long as the Unknown isn't a Lord. One and oh. Sorry, elves. Pyroclasm's at an all-time low now. Time to dust off elves. Is Pyroclasm at an all-time low? I feel like they're pretty popular with Boros everywhere. But honestly, if you just take elves and jam 4 copies of the One Ring in there, you have a pretty good modern deck. 4 rings, 4 Haywire Mites for opposing rings. I checkmate atheists. Alright, so we are on the draw. Keep it. Don't know what they're on. Oh. Wait, why did it just skip through my entire turn? I didn't have a yield set. Well then. Let's see. I did not hit my keyboard. Nope. What do I have? I guess it lagged through. It had to have lagged through my pause on their turn, right? Because I always yield through their turn on my opponent's turn. Kind of lame. Steven coming in with a 28-month resub. Thank you so much. Pretty upsetting that ad blocker doesn't stop the Twitch ads. Anyway, 28 months later. So I finally broke down and got Twitch, what is it? Twitch Turbo or whatever. It's like $12 a month and you get no ads anywhere. But the people who watch, whose streams you watch, still get ad revenue, which is cool. I'm going to keep that because I might end up like unearthing a Harbinger Like, let's see what they do. Keep up Fatal Push so I don't just get beat down with tokens. Some streams are unwatchable otherwise, like Mangu. What makes Mangus unwatchable? Okay, so getting a strip mine on this Urza Saga is really nice. 3 minutes of ads every so often. Fair. Alright, so we get a swamp. Get our island. Play frog. Discard Harbinger. Unearth the Harbinger. Get a strip mine, plus have a frog, plus have our blue mana. Ads are really weird when it comes to Twitch. You have some amount of control over the amount of ads that you can display, but it does default like fairly high, which I'm not a big fan of. Okay, so let's attack in with the frog. See if opponent wants to go, like, double block. They don't. So, keep everything currently. So many fetches. They reverse 2 lanes after skipping first turn. Nice comeback. That's fair. A lot of amulets. Okay, so let's fatal push this construct. Take the 2. I should have just spell snared that. I was thinking that I've got the fatal push, so I don't like care about it that much, but I think I should have just spell snared it. Clark coming in with a 5-month resub. Always forget about that Prime though. It's tough to remember the Prime sub. Like, I forget it every month too. I can just get a free sub to myself with Prime, which is really weird to think about. Alright, here's a Murktide. Carry on. Was Dryad played after Harbinger? Yes, it was. They had their basic forest in the early turns. I think they got it off that Misty Rainforest. We got consigns to come in. So, with Amulet Titan, I don't know if there's a way to determine for sure any good, like, tip points for if they're, like, all in on the combo or if they're playing 4 Dryads versus 1. Because if they're on like 3 or 4 Analysts and 4 Dryads, I kind of want Stern Scolding. But if they're on like 2 or 3 Analysts, 1 Dryad, then I don't. So kind of a little back and forth over that one. I know that I want Consign. Not a huge Bowmaster fan. Just trim like a Fatal Push. Bowmaster just gets stonewalled so easily. Yeah. Main deck Harbinger was a house right there. Excuse me, IRS, this man is subscribing to himself. When you put it that way, that is exactly what I'm doing. They have good needle targets like Analyst or Ring, but also Boseiju. Yeah, it's not the worst matchup for Needle. The problem is the starts like this, Needle just doesn't do anything if they just have like an early Amulet plus something else. Like Amulet into Bounce Land, Dryad into Land, then Land Titan. Like Needle doesn't do anything against that. Chosen type is Detective. I did not know this was a detective. Okay. So they get another Amulet next turn. Analyst whiffed, so I don't have to worry about them sacking Analyst and getting a bunch of value. So I think I'm okay to just get down the Frog this turn. But if they have Land, Bounce Land, get another Amulet, Titan, that's pretty problematic. So I guess I'll just pass. If they don't do anything, I can cycle Unearth. If they do something like Bounce Land Titan, I can counterspell the Titan, or like Bounce Land One Ring. Is Eldrazi dead? We're on 0, break the ice. It's not dead, but we do have like the 4 consigned to memory, the 2 main deck Harbingers. I don't think that's enough to reliably beat Titan, or not Titan, Eldrazi, but I haven't seen as much Eldrazi, and I do think we're a little better equipped to deal with the combo versions, the Brood Scale versions, than we are like the Eldrazi ramp versions, and I think the combo version's a little more popular at the moment. Vexing Bauble. So this hits only Force of Negation, right? All right, gonna cycle this. See, I just knew I was gonna draw more copies of Unearth. How's the Trespasser? Sounds cute, but I don't want to hype myself. It's fine. It's done a lot of good work for me against like the Delirium decks, the Rakdos and Jund Delirium, stuff like that. It's okay into the mirror. Better in the Unearth builds than it is in the non-Unearth builds, but it's fine. I don't think it's like some lights out card, but they never are, right? All right. Hiya. I think I'm going to discard. Oh, they're taking the block. Okay. Discard a Spell Snare. Discard Unearth. No. Keep Unearth. Discard. Discard the other snare. Keeping the Unearth in case they do something like dismember the frog. Sure. What you gonna do? What you gonna do? What you gonna do when the frog hits you? Bad boy, bad boy. Their hand must not be very good if they went and got the Vexing Bauble just for the redraw off of that Saga. So let's get Undercity. Okay. I mentioned this in my last video. If you haven't seen that one, this is a good educational moment. I've got Consider and I've got Undercity Sewers. If I let the Undercity Sewers trigger resolve and then cast the Consider, I run the risk of my top card just being something that I want to keep on top and I don't get the Consider value. But if I cast the Consider with the Undercity trigger on the stack, then I get to keep all those cards on top, or I get to draw whatever I keep on top with Consider, and then I get the Surveil. So I get like both value instead of just one or the other. And if I cast the Consider first, I run the risk of the top card of my library being the other Undercity Sewers, and I would have to mill over that, which means I couldn't fetch it out. Good to know. Fatal Push. All right, so let's go Unearth, target the Oculus. I kind of figured they had like a endurance there. I guess not. Keeping Revolt up in case they have a Dryad. One, two, three, four, five, six. One ring. And they have a Hedge Maze up, so there's a chance my opponent has got a copy of Mystical Dispute. So I'm going to replicate Consign. Targeting the one ring. Keep my fetch land around. It's pretty okay draw if I do say so myself. So hit you for 10. Unearth does not have any targets, so pass the turn. Just play Preordained. Don't have to worry about considering with the Surveil lands on the stack. That's also a fair approach. I cannot argue with the point in question. Pi, what's up? You got a list narrowed down for the showcase challenge? Absolutely, I want to see. Yay. But we'll go over real quick what I was talking about with the fetch lands and the Surveil lands with like Consider and Thought Scour. So if you go to your opponent's end step and you've got a Consider or a Thought Scour and a fetch land up, if you cast the Consider or the Thought Scour first, you run the risk of the Surveil land you want to get being the top card of your library, and you don't want that, so you end up milling it over, and then you can't get any value out of that fetch land. If you fetch first and get the Undercity Sewers and let that resolve, then if you see something you want on top, you can't Thought Scour yourself. And if you Consider, then you're just redrawing that top card, which you were going to get anyway. So the way around that is fetch up the Undercity Sewers with the trigger on the stack to Surveil, then you cast your Thought Scour or your Consider. That way you get the Undercity out of your deck so you can't mill over it. You get the full effect of your instant speed cantrip. And then after that happens, you get to resolve your Undercity, Surveil, and check out what the top card is. Decide if you want to draw it. All right, let's see what Pi is registering. 3 Harbinger, 3 Murktide, 4 Bowmaster, 4 Frog. Going traditional. 1 Preordained, 2 Thoughtseize, 4 Consider, 4 Counterspell, 4 Fatal Push, 3 Force, 1 Sauron's Ransom, 2 Shoot the Sheriff, 2 Sink into Stupor, 3 Spell Snare. Mire, Strand, Gloom Lake, Island Odawara, Fetch, Undercity, Watergrave. 4 Consign, 2 Graveyard Trespasser, a Hostage Taker. Hot damn. Hot damn. Long Goodbyes, Spellwhelm, Stern Sculling, Thoughtseize, Toxic Deluge, Undercity Informer. Undercity Informer is some funny tech I saw for the Belcher decks. So if you haven't seen this, you Undercity Informer, then sack it, like target them, and they have no lands in their deck, so you just mill them completely out with 1 card, which is really funny. Hostage Taker beat Dingo the other day. That's hot. But yeah, I do agree on Thoughtseize in the 75. I like that a lot. And I do really like the 3rd Harbinger in the main. Like, I think people really, really underestimate Harbinger of the Seas. But that card just wins games. Like, you lock people out constantly. You miss the 3rd Force Negation. Sometimes, not so much in the current meta, because we are seeing an uptick in decks like the Eldrazi combo decks that don't care about Force, and then Boros, but how good's Graveyard Trespasser? It's fine as a card that does incremental grave hate, but offers more value on top of that grave hate. So, like, it being a 3/3 body and a lot of times a 4/4 because you're just passing with Counterspell is a pretty big deal at closing games out. I'm not going to say it's like auto include status, but it's a solid value card. I kind of joked about it the first time I had somebody play it against me, and I think I even said it wasn't modern playable. But I've played it a couple times. I still don't think it's like the end-all be-all grave hate. But a lot of the decks right now you don't need end-all be-all grave hate against. Like against Boros, just being able to take out a Flage, gain a little bit of life back is enough. Or against the Murktide Mirrors, just being able to take out some random instants and sorceries and keep Murktide small is enough. I'm going to keep it. I wish I had a threat, but I do have Thought Scour, potential Surveil Land. I've got some decent interaction to keep on tempo. No love for Tamios. Oh, I guess I don't want to auto yield. Is this hardened scales? It can't be charged like Prison Tron because this is put a counter on a creature. Oh, Brood Scale. Fair. Are you an outlaw? Alright. Let's say go, see what else they got. Yeah, I have never seen this card in my life. I played a ton of MH2 Limited. Never seen this card. Take it. Hit me with the shot. I would love to get to Spell Snare Brood Scale here. Malevolent Rumble. Yeah, we'll spell snare that too. Okay. Option number 1, Undercity. Undercity, hold up, fatal push. Option number 2, Island, thought scour myself, try to flip over a an Oculus, but even if I flip over an Oculus, I'm not unearthing it because I run the risk of my opponent just having third land, get blade, play brood scale, equip it, sack this, put a counter on, make a dude, and combo. So we're just going to Undercity and pass. I don't think I need another land. Jim, let's see. Found your channel recently, and all the matchup sideboard guides and higher level play stuff has been very interesting and helpful to consider. Well, I'm glad that it's been fairly thought provoking. I torqued my neck snapping to look at the phone when you said hardened scales. Well, I thought it was. Like, you see Sack put a counter on something, you assume hardened scales, right? I'm not crazy in this thought process. Okay. So we can fatal push the Scrapling, and they just don't get to counter here. I feel the odds are fairly low that they're just going to go for the combo main phase. Oh, this is 1 to equip. I thought this was 2 to equip. Alright, well. Am I okay? Yeah. They're going to end up with like a token, but so they sack here. We respond by killing this. Go. Yeah. Don't you dare have another brood scale. Okay. That's fine. We'll just keep the fatal push around. See what's up. I noticed that some versions of blue-black only run 4 pushes. Is that more of a meta call? Do you mean like 4 pushes instead of 4 pushes plus some number of 2-mana removal? Or are you saying 4 pushes instead of like 2 pushes? Because I was going to say, I don't think I've seen a deck run only like 2 pushes, but I've been known to be wrong a time or 3. As far as like playing 1 or 4 pushes plus some number of other spells plus or just the 4 pushes. I don't think it matters too terribly much. Especially when you get into all these debates about like, oh, the double cost spells like never hit what you want them to hit, and people trying to figure out the right versus wrong option. Okay. Am I just hard casting the Oculus? Is there any reason to discard an Unearth? I guess getting the counter on the Frog is nice. I could go discard the Oculus, unearth it, play the fetch land, hold up the push. This is mostly just so I get the extra counter on the Frog. I get the fetch land out so I can find my other Undercity or kill something with Revolt if I need to. Another Brood Scale. Okay. What you want to do with that Brood Scale? Am I just responding to the re-equip? Is there any reason I wouldn't want to respond? I guess the chance that they immediately sack off the Ballista and try to go for combo, but there's like no way that they're going to immediately sack it off. But if I kill in response, they get an extra counter on the Ballista, which probably doesn't matter. Probably should have just killed in response. Oh well. See if they go for it. I've kind of got it covered whether they go for it now or they wait. So and I think they're, to an extent, yeah, kind of incentivized to make me have it right now. Unfortunately, we do. Gonna say, am I gonna get got by like a main deck snakeskin veil? That'd be brutal. That would be absolutely brutal. All right. Pithing Needles coming in. Consigns coming in. Stern Scolding. Is the Brood Scale... It's a 2-2, right? 2-2 that becomes a 3-3. Yeah. Plus we saw the 1-mana sack dude. We saw Walking Ballista. Horses, meh. Spell Snare can probably stay in for Rumble. Bowmaster's not great. Harbinger, probably not worth it. I think they run Kozilek's command, though. I'll keep one in on the draw. Counterspell versus Spell Snare. All right. Well, I can counter a Brood Scale on 2. And then I'll have land drops plus potentially shoot the Sheriff after that. So we'll roll with it. If opponent decides to keep their 7. What would they board in Haywire Might for? I have no idea what Might would be aiming to target. It's probably the main deck one they forgot to board out. That I could probably believe. Or just like didn't have enough they wanted to board out. I would accept that reasoning. So I can't think of anything that you would want to actively board it in against. All right, here's a frog. Doing this mostly because this is an Eldrazi temple, and if they have like Brood Scale, they can't also play and equip the blade. Find it kind of hard to sideboard against Frog. That's fair. That is perfectly reasonable. I was going to say, if they were expecting like Pithing Needle, that's a very off-the-wall one, even though we happen to be playing it. Maybe you could make an argument for like Disruptor Flute existing, but still, I think that's kind of narrow. Yep. Unfortunate, but is what it is. Scry 2 to the top. That's terrifying. Go. Mites for the beatdown plan. It's a clock. Don't ever say it's not a clock. We could have milled them, but I kind of want my cards in the yard in case I can find an Oculus or a Murktide. Not like a terrible plan, but all right. So I think I am going to consign the Saga trigger to search. We're going to make a dude. Boo. Boo. Cool looking cavern, but boo nonetheless. Gonna have to bring back that other Harbinger on the play. Blade of the Blood Chief. Alright. I'm going to need an Undercity to find me something good. Okay. That is a step in the right direction. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Miss. Might be too little too late, but just not finding a threat until turn 5 is not where you want to be. Got the brood scale. Well, the brood scale's not killing me at the moment. They do have to have another piece. Like the 2 mana dude that pings. Okay. Like they can make infinite colorless mana here. I really hate this because I want to auto yield to like make them use clock. But if they just like play out a walking ballista, they make a whole bunch of mana, play out like a 2/2 walking ballista, I die to it. So I have to like yield through these activations. Isn't there like a no possible play yield all? Yeah, I guess I could yield to the brood scale. Good call. So you made a bunch of mana and then went to your second main phase. And now I can Otawara the brood scale if I want. See what they do. It's like they have to do something more. Malevolent Rumble is fine. Beseiju, Eldrazi Temple, another Malevolent Rumble. So they got to Beseiju. Sure. Equipped creature has Vigilance. Whenever another artifact or creature is put into a graveyard from the battlefield, put a 1/1 counter on equipped creature, equipped 2. So just another brood scale combo piece, right? Or another Blade of the Blood Chief, effectively. We'll counter this one so they can't go off with a second creature. And this gives trample, right? No, just vigilance. Always yield to this. Always yield to this. Last card's got to be a walking ballista, right? They're just trying to get up to 20 and hard cast the ballista. Unless they, for whatever reason, just really want this brood scale to be like a 40-40. Walk like a ballista. That's not a ballista. Yoink. That one is going to block here. Pick 4. I would love a counter spell. Okay. So there's no way that I can flip this other Oculus and hold up Otawara. So I need to decide if I'm planning on flipping the Oculus or if I'm planning on casting the Otawara. And I think I'm planning on flipping the Oculus. So I can get in another attack here and be able to present lethal next turn. Give them 1 blind draw step. So let's go for the Thought Scour first. Looking for a Fatal Push or a Shoot the Sheriff. Like, I don't think bouncing the Brood Scale does anything for me. That, however, does do something for me. So we will turn this face up. Tack in for 10. Play out the Otawara just in case I need to replicate the consign. Pass. We will keep a pithing needle hidden for all intents and purposes. Carry on. Survey says. Survey says we don't know yet. And we're waiting. And we're waiting. And we're waiting. Opponent, does the card off the top of your library kill me? I wonder if I was supposed to not attack with one of the Oculus. No, because they can Haywire Might and like kamikaze in. But I can just take... A lot of tanking for a forest. I kind of think I shouldn't have attacked with the second Oculus, because this does leave me dead to like a Dismember on one of my dudes. I don't even know if they run Dismember, but... I guess at the same time, if they had a Dismember for an Oculus, then I wouldn't be able to kill them if I only attacked for one, so it probably doesn't matter. Spellskite. Does nothing, but I might as well just counter it? No. Yes. I don't think there's anything that does, but I've got to consign. Someone's dying this turn. Maybe I look over this 17 times and don't realize that it like has reach and let it resolve and die because of it. I don't see reach anywhere, but... Is it just me or is Subtlety bad again? I didn't think Subtlety was ever good, but each their own. Can they like sack spawns, put counters on the Haywire Might? No. It'd still be one short. Sack 2 spawns. Oh, wait. I think I found it. I think I found the way for them to kill me. We'll see. I think they found it. Yeah, all they got to do is make enough spawns to where they can move over to one of their other dudes. No, they can't because they never net positive spawns. Never mind. I think they're always going to be one short. It would be different if they could net spawns, but they can't. So regardless of where they equip this blade, I can always just take the Haywire Might and the Scrapling and be fine. What's going on? I think opponent is trying to figure out a way that they can like sack spawns and put counters onto other guys and attack around my 2 manifest tokens. But the problem is every time they sack a token and it's not on brood scale, they go down a token. And even if they sack when it's on brood scale, the number of tokens stays even. So they can never gain more tokens to get more counters on their creatures. Because they could like equip the Haywire Might, sack 3 tokens to make the Haywire Might a 4/1 attack with the Haywire, the Scrapling, the Construct, and the Brood Scale. But I just block the Construct and the Brood Scale. And like if they go put all the counters on the Haywire Might, attack in, then I can just block the Haywire Might and the Brood Scale and take 5 off of the Construct token and the Scrapling. And they can't sack in. So I'm pretty sure with this, I just have to block the Brood Scale and the Haywire Might. And there's nothing they can do, right? Because they sack the Scrap dude to the Construct. It shrinks to a 3, grows to a 4 with the counter. Doesn't matter. If they go all in on the Haywire Might, then I still survive. So yeah, I just block here. I don't care about the 2 extra life because they're going to take 10 in the air. One counter on Might, equip to Construct, swing out. If they do that, I just block the Brood Scale and the Construct. If they're equipped to anything like either the Brood Scale or the Construct, then it doesn't matter. They don't have enough damage coming through between the other 2. I think countering was correct because of buffing the Construct. I think it might have actually been, which is hilarious to think about. One counter on the Construct. Are you taking into account the mere sacking, shrinking the Construct? Why didn't they equip to a spawn? Let's say they equip to this spawn and attack all out. I block Brood Scale and I block the Construct. They have 0, 1, 2 coming through. They sack the mirror to here. It becomes 1. It gets the counter. It's 2. If they sack these other 2, it's 3, 4. And then that's all coming through, or 5. So it's still 1 short. I don't think there's any way they could sack to guarantee lethal. Because at the end of the day, this blade has to be equipped to something else, which means you have a finite number of Eldrazi spawns. And because of that, you don't have a chance to like sack inside a Construct and make more spawns. And counting is hard, TBH. Counting is hard. Counting is very hard. That's why I just say battle rage this. Maybe you're dead, maybe you're not. I don't know. I would never have seen buffing the Construct. You mean with the spell skite? I wouldn't have either. Like, I'm just of the impression I have a counter spell. You have a spell on the stack. There is literally nothing I can do different. Might as well use my counter. I never would have guessed that 1 point was actually the deciding factor. Like, I'm always firing off that counter spell, I think, because there is nothing else that it can do at that moment. But it is really funny to see it actually be the point that mattered. Counter tags a blade trigger too. Yeah, it tags one of them. If they're making a bunch of mana with Brood Scale, they can just keep going, so. I guess in hindsight, if we hadn't countered the spell Skite, we would have countered one of the triggers for the blade. So it would have ended up being the same. It comes full circle. All right. What do we got? Round 4. So either way, if we'd countered it or not, we still would have been alive by one single point. I also want to point out that that was game 2. We still had a game 3 if we needed it. See what we're up against. Giganta. How's the deck working? It's fine so far. I mean, we're, what, 3-0, 6-0? I can't say I have any major complaints. What is playing Watery Grave and Giganta? Is this Grixis Shadow? Nope, scratch that. Sultai Oculus? But that would mean no counter spell? Doesn't seem right. Ah, yes. Satyr Wayfinder. Modern staple. Patent pending. Crabvine? Bro, I don't have a clue. Some sort of Graveyard Matters deck. Well, I'm afraid if I counter it so I don't have to worry about it, I run the risk of them like finding something else I do have to worry about and no longer having my counter. I mean, we'll get back a Harbinger and say good luck. Go. I don't know what you're on, but GLHF. We'll counter that. Spell Snare. What is going on? Stubborn Denial with Philology Archaeologist, Satyr Wayfinder, Psychic Frog. Okay, so they are an Oculus deck with Neoform. Opponent broke it. They really did. They got back Neoform. So I'm going to kill the Archaeologist so I can start attacking. So they're going to Neoform a Wayfinder into an Oculus. Alright, you've got a bunch of islands. Alright, you're 18 turn clock versus my 8. Gantha is in hand. Carry on. And before Atraxa, I got a Neoform into an Atraxa, like hard cast. Oh no, hard cast a Murktide Regent and Neoform into a, what's it called? Archon of Cruelty. We did that before. We like ran the 1v1 queues one night with just like Neoform, Gurmag Angler, or Murktide Regent into an Archon. So fun. So fun. You can't do Tassiger. It's too cheap. It's got to be Gurmag Angler. For Neoform. You can Tassiger with the 3 mana one, Eldritch Evolution. Into Atraxa, sure. I don't know the math of the Atraxa. We were just doing Archon because Archon. What is this? Oh, is this just casting an Oculus? A list of things that I will not be allowing you to resolve. This is like number 1. Justice. Justice. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Look at me. I am the eyeball now. Oh, Harbinger. Harbinger, Harbinger, Harbinger. The Eye's overpowered. Harbinger won that game. To hell with the Eye. Harbinger soloed right there. Which is exactly why it's... I guess I'll keep it in game 2. About to say something stupid like, I should board out the Harbinger. Alright, Force is coming out. I might board out 1 Harbinger. They're pretty blue. I board out an Unearth. I think I'm going to board out the other Harbinger on the draw. From a cantrip and I'm a little worried about Veil of Summer. So I kind of don't want to board in a bunch of like, or don't want to have all my counter spells in, but oh well. Sultai Neoform Eye is apparently a Pioneer deck. Wait, do I have all the cards for like a Sultai Neoform Eye deck? Pioneer. That kind of sounds right up my alley. Also, you can collected company into an Eye. That's got to be like kind of okay, right? Archaeologist, Oculus, Mandrills, Tasker, Atraxa. I don't think I have Atraxas. Or No One Left Behind. But I'm pretty sure I have everything else for this. I don't have Bank Busters, but they're like $1 a piece. Oh, you posted a list? What am I throwing back? Oculus. Picklock Prankster, Thundertrap Trainer. I got those. Hold up, we cooking. You can Neoform off a Prankster or Thundertrap. So, No One Left Behind is the only card I don't have in this deck. And Glissa. That might take my like $15. Seems like a spam deck. It puts Oculus into play. It's got to be reasonable, right? Can only be so bad if your game plan is just put Oculus into play. You're getting a tapped underground tomb or overgrown tomb instead of a surveil land. Why? Land? Okay. My Pioneer deck is Jace plus Valky, Narset, Daze, Fable, Thoughtseize. 2 combos and the best cards in the format. What's Jace Valky combo? What is... I know Narset Daze Undoing, but what is Jace Valky? I know Valky. You plot Valky with Jace and cast Tibbles. Okay. So new Jace. Or newer Jace. Some Jace I don't know. Yeah, this one. Okay. That's kind of cool. I support the things happening. Alright, so if they go for a frog... I guess I'm going Mystical Dispute if they start with a frog. I'm kind of expecting them to have a Stubborn Denial, and so I kind of want to like Mystical Dispute, and then they stub, and then I still have Fatal Push available. Sure. I'm glad to get a Stubborn Denial out of hand. Especially when I draw this fetch land. The one right here. The one right... Okay. Actually, no. I refuse to scoop yet. For the sole purpose of being on like the 3070 right now. I want a chance. Even though they can just Neoform into an Oculus, maybe I can find a fetch land like Fatal Push the Oculus and then I don't know, figure out something from there. Neoform. Yep. They probably have a second stubborn denial because they fired off that first one pretty aggressively. So. Thought Scour. What you got? Now you're just messing with me, deck. Now you're just mocking me. I'm going to bring a Harbinger back in on the play. Yeah, I don't know too much about like what's going on in Pioneer. I have Phoenix together just because I had like the majority of the deck already. But as soon as I finished the deck, the Pioneer RCQs were over. And we went straight into the modern ones, so didn't have much to do there. Still got to decide if I'm going to play in any of the standard RCQs. I have enjoyed standard the couple times I've played it. We're going to shock in a breeding pool. So this could either mean they have a Thought Scour or they have a Veil of Summer or a Mystical Dispute. Or I guess they could have a Stern Scolding or something. Either way, I think I'm just jamming a Frog since I have a backup one. Or they have nothing and just took 2 damage for free. So it's probably a Veil of Summer. I would bet a non-zero amount of doll hairs that they've got a Veil of Summer. Or they just have both. Did they draw into the Spell Snare? Because there's like no reason not to just fire off the Spell Snare there. On the first Frog, I mean. I still feel like they have a Veil. We're going to find out. Unfortunate, but we get the Veil out of hand at least. For standard, I was thinking about making blue-black poison control. Is that a thing? Sounds intense. What did they get back? They got back Thoughtseize. Worst case scenario would be land, Thoughtseize, not Neoform, Hardcast, Oculus. I think I want to Thought Scour myself now in case I find... I was hoping for a fetch land. So overpowered fail of summer. It's pretty good, unfortunately. Moxfield's in editor mode, is it? See if we can fix that real quick. Oh, you're good. Let's go edit, command, deck, and deck list. Alright, there we go. Okay, so they're going to get an Oculus trigger here. We are going to hope we find some way to get Revolt. That'll work. Go ahead and do this on our turn. I think that's quite what I'm looking for right now. Go. Ames, thank you so much for the follow. Hope you're having an awesome afternoon. And they still have Giganta. Could really use like an Unearth on this Trespasser or something. At least I know this is a dead card, because if this were a frog or an Oculus or something, they'd know about Spell Snare, so they'd just flip it over. Harbinger doesn't do much for me, they say. I don't remember when that was. Yeah. They said nice top deck, and I think they're talking about my fetch land to kill the Oculus. But, like, when your best top deck is a fetch land, I don't know if I would necessarily call that, like, nice top deck. Like, I drew a land in a spot where I didn't need a land. I just kind of needed to stabilize a little bit. Ooh. Got the... Do not like this hand. The upside would be if I can get out a quick Murktide, it's pretty decent. I really don't want to ship. I'll keep it. See what happens. We don't know that we're up against Boros. Imagine if we had good cantrips like Preordain. Did I even like bin over lands, or did I just miss lands altogether? Because if I didn't even bin over lands, and it doesn't really matter, right? But if I was just like binning over lands, then yeah, Preordain would have been better. Brad coming in with the 6-month resub. Thank you so much. Greatly appreciate it. We'll go Undercity. I mean, are we just getting back a Harbinger here? Lock them to just a basic plains? Okay, so if I go Unearth Harbinger and they have a red removal spell, they've got to float the mana and use it like right away. Which means I can like fetch shock, go for another one. Yep. I'm gonna say maybe catch them napping. It doesn't look like it. Now we're just like all in. Okay. Well, you've got some energy. This isn't that bad of a spot for me, honestly. Fatal pushes. I'm gonna try to flip into the land. Be greedy. God bless. Well, if I lose this one, I know to blame myself. But on the bright side, if they do end up just like windmill slamming a 1-ring here, I couldn't have done anything against a 1-ring anyway, so I don't feel that bad. If I had a counter spell and I chose to like fire off cantrips instead of holding up a counter spell, then I'd feel worse, but not so much into them just like having the thing. All right, so let's pass to them. See what they do. There's still a chance that this Harbinger coming back can do some work for me. Get a Bowmaster. Go for a ping upstairs. Because if they have the removal spell and I point all of my removal at the guy, then it doesn't really matter. And then we Fatal Push the guide in response to any creature that gets cast. Kill my token. Okay, so if I pass back, Bowmaster seemed like not enough against Ring in a lot of spots. It's really not. Like, I feel people have got this thought in their mind that Bowmaster's just like lights out against one ring decks, and that's really not the case more often than not. All right, so they're going to float mana to be able to kill my Harbinger in response. Smart of them to float the mana and then use the ring. So I can't respond with a Bowmaster. Figured they wouldn't go for the flip there. Okay, so they've got Flage coming back next turn. Kind of sucks for us, but we'll at least put a big Harbin or big Murktide out there and see what happens. But yeah, like I made this statement a while back that I don't think Bowmaster is that good into Boros. And this is kind of why. Like they just have so much interaction for Bowmaster that it's not going to stick around on the field if they have a one ring available at all. So if it's not like beating the one ring and most of their one drops either, or one or two drops either don't die to Bowmaster, the ones you care about, like a Johnny, Guide of Souls, or Amped Raptor gets to cast the other card regardless of Bowmasters, then all you're doing is pinging off like Ragavan or Ocelot Pride, and that's all the card does in the matchup. So, never mind. So, this is going to be an extreme example here of I believe my opponent forgot that Bowmasters was on the battlefield. Because they've got 5 cards in hand. They could have just gotten back Flage to start the turn into my 1 mana and didn't do all of that. So I don't believe this is representative of the typical Boros experience with this deck. And I'm worried that people are going to look at it and be like, oh, no, see, Bowmaster beat the One Ring there. And I don't think that's how I would approach that game, like, at all. Main issue is that Boros gets so much life gain that a few pings doesn't matter. Right. Like, between Flage and Guide of Souls surviving, or just like a bombardment resolving, it just doesn't matter more often than not if you've got a Bowmaster down. Every time you say Bowmaster is bad versus something, it wins you the game. That's fair. That's fair. I'm not saying that like it won't win the occasional game. I just think that when it does win, it's like an extreme example and that kind of sticks with you. Like my opponent there with all those cards in my hand, and you're telling me they had nothing to do but activate the One Ring. And they still weren't even dead to the Bowmaster. Like, if they just had a couple 1-drops or something to play out, they could have just played through it. I feel like this match always ends up being, I have to deluge this board, then they play the ring and you died all the cards it draws. Pretty much. I'm usually a pretty big proponent of like keeping Force and Negation in this matchup. Just so you don't have that situation happen as often. It still happens a lot, but occasionally you get to get them. I think I'm going to save this fetch. I'm a little weary of just a Blood Moon coming down and ending my life here. Before, when Bowmaster was in like Scam, you often had your opponent on less than 10 life when you played it. No life gain, probably used a few removal spells already, as it was much better. Yeah, like, those matchups are definitely different than current Boros. No argument there. Why not Scolding the Guide of Souls? Because I want to save my Scolding and like Spell Snare and stuff for more impactful spells. Like 2-for-1s, Amped Raptor or Johnny, stuff like that, instead of using them on Guide. It's like this Guide resolving doesn't matter. This isn't doing anything as long as I stop like the Amped Raptor and the Johnny from resolving. And if I'm able to find something else, like maybe draw into a Fatal Push or something that I can double up with, then that just makes my hand a little more functional. I'm going to bend the second Spell Snare. If they do have something like a Blood Moon, then I can get a basic Swamp off this Polluted Delta and at least be able to cast another spell. I do think I'm going to be mana efficient and get down Bowmaster. That's not bad. Do you like a few consign after sideboard for the ring after you deluge, plus to protect your eyeballs versus Static Prison? They have a few other triggers as well. I'm not a big fan of bringing in consign in the matchup because I think consign is trying to deal with half of the deck that you can't guarantee will even be like relevant. Could just play an Oculus here. I don't want to make them deal with things one at a time. So the problem I have with Consign is I think more often than not, the hands that you lose to out of Boros are the hands that just go like Guide into a Johnny or Amped Raptor into something, into Flage, and then you have to Wrath and they're able to resolve that ring there. But Consign doesn't stop all of that early aggression that puts you in a position to have to deluge on 3 to end up like losing that fight. Like if you spend more of your sideboard plan fighting over some of the early stuff, then it becomes a lot easier to not have to Wrath on turn 3 and not get forced into that position where you have to deluge to catch up and then you do lose to the ring. You can kind of play a more even exchange early on and hopefully set yourself up to not die. I could have jumped with the frog and blocked, but I kind of want to keep my frog around. Maybe I can get an attack in and find a counter spell or fatal push or something. Nope. So 6 in the yard. I could go small Murktide, bigger Murktide. Just have 2 like 6/6 Murktides. Is that better or worse? I would have to ditch my... No, I need double blue. Well, I could do double blue because playing the land is the same as ditching to the frog. So I play my island. Island, Undercity, Swamp, Exile 4 to play the first Murktide. Discard Snare, double Oculus. Second Murktide. I have a frog that's a 4/5. I mean, yeah, what else am I doing? So discard Oculus, discard Oculus, discard Spell Snare, Murktide with all of the non-instants and sorceries. Murktide with all of the instants and sorceries. Go. Don't you dare one ring me. Can't just get back Flage here. It's reasonable. At least they don't have an arena. Gotta count for something. Okay, so best draw would be Thought Scour, mill over 2, draw into a removal spell. Something that would let me fly with the frog. That is not going to let me fly with the frog. Because otherwise I'm just dead to, like, attack plus lightning bolt. So I don't even think I can attack here. So, dead to lightning bolt, dead to second flage. Yeah. Yep. Well, I guess I could have static prisoned or consigned one of those flage ETBs. This is like one of those moments I really want to board out some number of Bowmaster. Let's see. One ring, Goblin Bombardment, a Johnny. It's also one of the things that I'm skeptical about when it comes to these unearth builds is you have so many hands that just have like 2 unearths in hand and nothing to do with them, and it's just like an auto mulligan. I really hate that feel. Got a guide of souls. Probably just get a basic island off this, so I have some play against Blood Moon if it comes up. What you got? What they do here will determine whether I go for Trespasser on 3 or go for the Deluge. Like if they go Raptor into a Johnny, I'm definitely going for Deluge. But if they go a Johnny or Raptor, Fatal Push the Guide, they whiff. What would this mean for me? Fatal Push the Guide and they go for like another guide or an Ocelot. Sure. Yeah, we'll probably end up deluging this. I don't think I want to play out the Graveyard Trespasser and then them just have like Flage, ditch a card, get to attack in with everything. But if I can deluge and they just untap, like Flage me for no value and then I get to follow it up with a Trespasser on the Flage or something. That would feel really good. Deck is also just like so ungodly good at rebuilding. It seems like as soon as you start making some headway, like fighting the board, they're just right back in it immediately. Like I really should keep track of the odds behind it, but it really seems like there's a large number of times that you play something like Trespasser or just play out a creature and they raptor into a removal spell. But when you don't have a creature out, they never seem to flip the removal spell off the raptor. Which is kind of funny. Alright, so I could attack in. I think I'm just playing a threat and passing. I guess if my plan is play a threat and pass, I'd rather play the Murktide. Like if they do have a discharge as their last card, they can't pay the energy to discard the Murktide. You have to attack while it's play Trespasser. Do I have to attack right this moment though? It's like they don't have a Flage. If they flipped over, of course, flip over a Johnny. But like I'm just attacking the Graveyard Trespasser into its death. They can just block with the Raptor, guide to target the Trespasser, discard to the trigger, block with the Raptor, and just kill it. Like I'm just losing the Graveyard Trespasser to exile one thing out of their yard. Undercity's a really awkward draw here. Pithing Needle's not bad. So I attack into the Ajani. That's my plan, right? Attack into the Ajani. Exile something. If they want to double block. Okay, down to 10. Lay out the pithing needle. This is 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So it's lethal if they top deck a creature. Right? It's lethal if they top deck a creature. It's not lethal if they don't top deck a creature. I'm still one short of getting. I guess I do gain 2. So we go attack in with the glutton. If I attack the Ajani, I give myself another creature to exile next turn. But I guess I'm going to shoot the sheriff anyway. No. I want to kill the Ajani, right? I want the extra creature. Like, I don't think this 4 extra damage right here matters. Yeah. I still get to exile this guide. Get another creature in the yard to be able to shoot. Are you kidding? On the top decked Arena of Glory. Ah, man. So we could have shot the Amped Raptor, survived another turn, attacked in with the Trespasser. If they blocked, we could play the Oculus. Arena of Glory. Okay, so the 2 losses there. Boros and the Sultai Oculus Neoform deck. I do think the Oculus deck has a really tough time of dealing with opposing creature decks in general, especially if they just like don't care about Oculus. I don't know. I feel like this deck mulligans just way more than I want. Those hands with like Unearth and nothing to unearth, no way. Like if your Thought Scour misses and your Undercity misses, and you're just not doing anything. And like that last turn there, if it was a Murktide instead of an Oculus, I could have hard cast another threat. I could have just like main phase, shoot the Sheriff, the Raptor, played out a big Murktide. But I couldn't because it was an Oculus and I didn't have 6 whole cards in the yard. That feels so bad. See, honestly, if you're in the top table at a big event, you most likely play 50% Boros. I don't think Oculus Unearth is consistent enough to keep up with it. I think it's reasonable to keep up with Boros if like your entire game plan and mulligan decisions are for Boros. The problem is you're not always going to play Boros. And the second you don't, I feel like you lose a bunch of percentage points against literally everything else. All right, now I did say we were going to play multiple leagues, so I have every intention of playing multiple leagues. Swap out some of the stuff I needed to change around before I forget. Need that island back. Multi-league stream fan me off. I tried the Falaji Flare builds. So I have not tried them yet, but because I'm playing in the Showcase Challenge tomorrow, I'm not going to be trying them today because I don't think I have enough time to get like any reasonable feel for the deck. But it is on the list of things to try. Just not today. Today I'm literally trying to decide if I'm playing Oculus or just traditional Murktide tomorrow. Man, I haven't updated this list in a while. Can you reduce the inconsistency by trimming on some copies of Unearth? You don't necessarily need 4 copies. So you don't need 4 copies to play Unearth as a value card. But in that build, you're not trying to play a value deck. You're trying to play an unfair game plan of getting out Oculus ahead of schedule. Because if you wait longer than like turn 3 to play out your threat, just hard cast your threat, especially with counter backup, then you're better off playing Murktide Regent like 95% of the times. Because it's just going to be a bigger threat, a bigger flyer, more consistent, because you don't have to have the extra cards in your yard. You don't have to play things like Thought Scour. You can play Preordain, like the better cantrip. So there's just like no real benefit to playing Eye if you're not cheating the Eye out. Want another copy of Cling. Oh. Doesn't like my Dark Slick Shores choice. Not like any of the Dark Slick Shores. What else was I throwing in? Yeah, like if you want to build the deck to be a fair Oculus deck, then you can. I just think if you're going that route, then you're just better off playing Murktide because it's the more consistent way of building a fair interactive, like blue-black mid-rangey deck. Am I playing the challenge tonight? No, I'm playing the showcase tomorrow. Actually, we're gonna... I've been wanting to try out Thoughtseize a little more in the main. It's probably a little bit better in the traditional shells, or the Oculus shells, than it is in traditional, but here we go anyway. Could probably even add in some number of break the ice, but dispute, stern scolding, consign, deluge. What sideboard card am I missing? Oh, pithing needle. Want to keep trying out that. All right. This is what we're going to try in the second league. A little more traditional. Just Thoughtseize over Bowmaster. Give us Black Pyroclasm, you cowards. But we've got, what are all the terrible options? Glimmering Deluge and Flaying Tendrils and, there's so many of those stupid one double black, like -2/-2 effects. Can't even remember 90% of them. That's bad. It's bad that there's that many that do like the exact same thing, and yet like none of them are playable. Do I have time to have a chat later on X? Yeah, absolutely. Always happy to. Okay. Let's just go ahead and jump into the second one, see what we're up against. I don't know for sure if I'm going to be streaming the showcase challenge tomorrow or not. Like, I don't know if y'all have been keeping up with it, watching a bunch of other people's streams when they run into like the challenges and stuff. But it seems like there's been an insane uptick in stream snipers recently. Like, everybody I watch stream a major event ends up not wanting to, but having to go to like a hand hider for half their matches. And I hate that. So Blue Fetch, Murktide, or Blue Fetch, Dragon's Rage, Channeler, Bauble makes me think it's just like a traditional Murktide build. I could Spell Snare. Can't you do a 5-minute delay? You can, but the viewer experience just sucks if you have a delay like that. And I hate putting out a viewer experience that's like just subpar. You know what I mean? How else could people win? Play a deck with a 60% win rate and then stream snipe for the +10. Truth. Gotta do what you gotta do. Opponent said they watch my vids sometimes. Nice job. Yeah, it is an interesting event, and I hate that it feels that way. Probably going to take some damage here, but let's Thought Seize and see what's up. They've been to Murktide, so I'm kind of expecting that they've got a second Murktide. Spell Snare, Force, Fatal Push. So I could maybe get down a Murktide of my own pretty quickly and just kind of stand in front of this Channeler. So let's go for a Preordain. If they want to fire off Force on this and ditch something, then cool. I just want lands. Yeah. I feel like if I just hit lands and like hard cast Murktide, I'll be okay. But I wouldn't play that high stakes risking snipers. That's definitely the big consideration there. Like, it is a higher stakes event than normal Magic Online leagues. Like, leagues are definitely a different consideration altogether, because at the end of the day, if somebody comes in and like stream snipes me in a league, then it's annoying, but it's kind of whatever. Because at the end of the day, like, I probably made enough to cover the league from like new subscribers and stuff. But when it comes to an actual event, it's a little bit different. All right, I'm going to go for the Upkeep Shoot. They did leave a card on top, so I kind of want them to use like Spell Snare and stuff here and waste their Surveils as opposed to Spell Snaring later and getting to keep their Surveils. But because they kept it on top a bunch, it's probably just a counter spell, which means this needs to be like a blue fetch or just iteration, sure. Kept a card on top. Could be another land. With the exile, another channeler. All right, as much as I want to go for the force or go for the preordain to try to hit another land, I'm pretty concerned that they're just going to force a negation it, and I miss the land and just like lose the game on the spot because of it. Iteration into iteration. If I've been playing any cube this round, I have not. Been slacking. Been preordain. Put a card on top after preordain. So could be an Unholy Heat. Would make sense. Just a lightning bolt. Not only is it lands, it's the most awkward lands I could have right here. Like a land that doesn't get basic island for counterspell and a land that kills me outright. All right. Enough of these. Get it out of here. Shoo. Shoo. Go on now. All right. So their hand is Force Negation Fatal Push. Force Negation Fatal Push. So is there anything I lose to if I just hard cast another Murktide Regent? Don't believe so. Outside of like another iteration into Unholy Heat, Ragavan. So maybe that would be a reason to not attack with this Murktide. Oh. Yeah, Bolt. Can't do anything about Bolt. So Spellbomb, Trespassers. I don't really want to bring in Stern Scolding if I don't know that they're on like Ragavan. They might have boarded Ragavan out. So let's see how my sideboarding looks before Stern Scolding. Guess I can board out a couple Thoughtseize for him and feel okay. Sure. Let's do it. Probably shouldn't have won that first game. Man, I can't get over that first league. Like, the losses don't really surprise me. Losing to Boros and then losing to like a mirror with Veil of Summer. But I do hate starting off that league on such a good series of games and then losing to like a completely off meta deck in the Sultai Neoform Oculus build. And then like running into Boros round 5, which obviously isn't in our favor to begin with, but still feels bad. What do we got? Ravioli. Little ravioli with cheese. Oop. What's the second one? No frog is nice. Ooh. No follow-up at all. We'll just pass, see what's up. Like, they've got Undercity Sewers in the deck, so I assume they have to be running black for something, because you're not going to play like the more expensive by a long shot Surveil land just for like having another Surveil land. Show me a land. Not a land. Show me a land. Cool. Like, you can kind of make arguments for, oh, I'm not running 2 Undercity Sewers because they're so expensive, so I'm running an Undercity and a Thundering Falls in my blue-black deck. But you can't convince me that you're running an Undercity Sewers in your blue-red deck for this argument of having a cheaper option. Alright, I'm just going to keep the top card there because I know it's a fetch land and I want another land anyway. So there's no reason to, like, fetch for a surveil land to try to hit a fetch when I can just have a fetch. They want to play out a small Murktide. I'll let them play out a small Murktide. That's kind of rude. Sure. I'm supposed to be the one spellbombing, not you. Alright. Opponent seems to be doing a little bit of the flooding, like myself. Ivan, thank you so much for the 2-month resub. Nice to see Mike playing the real blue-black list. Only real blue-black stands know. Alright. Yeah, we'll just pass it back. If they want to go for their spell bomb first. Nope. I don't know why Twitch sub messages don't show up on the multi-stream chat, but they do show up on the Twitch chat. Makes like no sense. When it scries 2 to the top. Let's go ahead and sack off this. Try to find us something to do. I don't think they're going to be a Blood Moon deck. I've been wrong before, but seems unlikely. All right, keep a stern scolding. Now, we've got a great back and forth game. Just how Richard Garfield intended. All right, so their hand is just like fatal pushes and unholy heats and something. I think I'm going to save this Thoughtseize for one more draw step in case I can find a frog or a Murktide or something to follow it up with. We're not fighting over the frog. We could have Counterspell. What you got? Mystical Dispute. Whole bunch of things that don't kill Murktide. Double Spell Snare. So if I just take the Mystical Dispute, I can resolve the Murktide free and clear. That seems like a good place to start. Or they do have Unholy Heat.
So I guess I can't just freely cast the Murktide. But they don't have a sorcery. They'd have to find an artifact. I'll wait a turn. If this Murktide was a 7/7, I would just absolutely windmill slam it right now. But alas, it is not. But it could be. Spell Snare. Frog resolves. Attempt to push the frog. That's a really good one. 4, 5. Please, in the name of all things, Justin Holy, do not have a counter spell off the top. You do. So we're going to have to sink into stupor. The counter spell. Resolve our Murktide. Seiko. Good times, good times. Alright, so opponent has got a copy of Counterspell, another Spell Snare, an Unholy Heat, and an Unknown. 2 unknowns. 1 unknown. Stern Scolding, Spell Snare, Unholy Heat, Counterspell, Unknown. Expressive Iteration. So this would give them sorcery for Unholy Heat. Hair, thank you so much for the 2-month resub. Greatly appreciate it. Does Thoughtseize in the main board mean we're playing Shadowless Shadow now? It kind of does. Okay. Spell Snare, Counterspell, Stern Scolding. I'll let this go. This does give them Delirium for Unholy Heat. But I can fight over Unholy Heat with Cling to Dust, exiling the iteration. Opponent says that is literally insane. I'm guessing they mean they didn't find another Unholy Heat. Okay. So, Channeler resolves. Cling to Dust. Target. Expressive Iteration. Spicy chat box today. Really is. Then we fetch some indiscriminate number of times. So I did have a funny line that I'll kind of talk about in a second. So cling, target, their Mishra's Bauble. Which they should have to counterspell this. They can't... this is a heck of a stack. Yay. Okay, so I had a really weird line in there of if they were going to go, like if they found double Unholy Heat off of the iteration and they had to go cast Unholy Heat, I respond with Cling to Dust to try to shrink the first Unholy Heat. It was before the Mishra's Bauble came up. They cast Unholy Heat. I respond with Cling to Dust. If they respond with another Unholy Heat, then they could deal 6 with the first heat that resolves, and then go to the second one, deal the final 2, and kill me. And with Cling to Dust on the stack, there was nothing that I could do about that. But I had a funny line of counterspell my own Cling to Dust, to put both of those in the yard, and then escape the Cling to Dust immediately with both of the Unholy Heats still on the stack to be able to exile Delirium out of their yard and stop the Unholy Heats from killing the Murktide. But thankfully it didn't end up coming up. But it would have been a funny little trap to like get the Cling to Dust off the stack while getting enough cards in my yard to escape it. And then subsequently grow the Murktide, but we'll just skip over that part because it sounds less exciting. Yeah. Let's go on to game 2, or match 2. Interesting round of opponents today. Like, I want to consider that blue-red Merc. I don't really want to consider it like Grixis if it's only splashing for Frog. Or, no, did we see Fatal Push? I can't remember. It's been so long. So many years. Giganta. Could be an interesting hand on the play into a Giganta. Assuming it's Boros. That is the absolute worst thing to see on turn 1 on my side. Man, this hand got... It's crazy how one card like that can turn a hand like this from like God tier to atrocious. Like set up for the turn 2 counterspell, turn 3 Harbinger. But now Ragavan just means they can keep attacking into Harbinger if they want. They get treasure tokens. They get under counterspell. Play a 2-drop. Yep. Okay, so best case scenario would be I deluge away the Ragavan. They untap, play Shockland, One Ring. I force a negation, pitching the counter spell, untap Harbinger. And they don't have another One Ring. That would be best case scenario. Worst case scenario is I deluge away the Ragavan, pass the turn, and they just go like Amped Raptor into a Johnny or something. And Force Negation's dead. Counterspell has no mana up. So I think I just have to hold up Counterspell. I think the low likelihood of the best case scenario is pretty far outweighed by the overwhelmingly high likelihood of the worst case scenario. Or they just hit a Thoughtseize and nothing matters. Gotta love that, don't you? Got to love that. It's like everything that you could possibly think about going wrong just goes wrong all at the same time. Like, hey, it would be really unfortunate if they just did the thing here, and then they do the thing, and you're like, well, at least it wasn't this. Oh, it's that too. It's all of it. And maybe I'm wrong, but I have just that feeling in the back of my head that if I didn't counterspell or didn't force negation the Thoughtseize, that they would just have a follow up of like a couple creatures, and it wouldn't matter. Not the sure. Okay. That's a step in the right direction. So we can hit with Harbinger, play out Murktide, hold up Counterspell. Two, three, four, five. We have to counter. Do I have to counter into Johnny? Up to 14. I don't think I counter into Johnny. I think I counter a Static Prison, but I don't think I counter into Johnny. And I definitely don't counter another guy to Souls. Do I counter another ring? They would be taking 6 off the Murktide, down to 7, 3 off the ring, down to 4. If I counter this, I feel like I have to top deck another counter spell. We get another counter spell or a preordain or force a negation or really that one. So if I deal 2 more, I put them down to not dead. I am a little bit worried about a Johnny. Just gaining them too much life. So I guess I need to play out the frog, pass. Hold up the deluge, see what happens. All right, well, I'm really glad they're leading with this instead of like ringing first to see what they hit. So this means less likelihood of just a static prison, and they are just dead to the Murktide in the air. Or did they hit all of it? I feel like the only decision... Jeez. I got nothing. I feel like the only decision is whether or not you static prison or one ring. I really, really, really feel like that's a scoop under the expectation that I have a copy of Counterspell in hand. And like no other reason to scoop there. But I guess on the bright side, we have won a game against the One Ring with Bowmaster and a game against the One Ring without Bowmaster. So we're back to parity there at least. I think I saw a list. I always like look around at the other lists that are 5-0ing and whatnot just out of curiosity. And I don't remember whose it was, but I feel like I saw a list that had Graveyard Trespasser, yeah, in the main. I thought that was kind of interesting. They've got like all of the normal Murktide interaction, or the amount of normal Murktide interaction, and just cut some of the threats. Trawler. Spell costs 3 less to cast if it targets a creature card with mana value 3 or less. So 2 mana if it targets an Oculus. That's kind of dope. Geologist, archaeologist, eyeball. Wonder how good main deck Trespasser would be. I mean, it 5-0'd for somebody, so can't be that bad. Okay. No turn one Ragavan, no turn one Ragavan, no turn one Ragavan, no turn one Ragavan. Yeah, trying out Pithing Needle for some of the combo decks that are like beating up on Boros, and figured I wanted to try it out against Boros just to see if it had any relevancy. Like, it's mostly for the combo deck, so Brood Scale with the whatever, the Blade of the Blood Chief, the Breach, Underworld Breach deck, the Grinding Stations, Charbelcher. But I just wanted to see if it had any use against like Goblin Bombardment, Flip to Johnny, One Ring. I don't think I'd bring it in against them in like an actual challenge or anything, but no better time to try it out than here where the stakes don't really matter. But I think I'm going to save this one for a One Ring. Alright, let's just get a basic swamp. Play out the frog. That way, if they do have a Blood Moon to follow it up, we can deluge. I think countering or not countering bombardment is always one of the toughest choices. Yeah, if they didn't have the Ocelot Pride, if they let on like a turn one guide, I probably let it resolve. But because I know I'm more than likely taking another hit off of the Ocelot, then bombardment's just going to start like killing anything I can put on board. I really never want to counter this card, but every time I don't, I feel like they just have some sequence that runs away with it. And every time I do, I regret it. So this is either Discharge or Thraben Charm. Thraben Charm is 4 damage, 5 off the Ocelot. So I think I'm just taking this. Maybe they're nice and put another creature on the stack. They definitely just have a Thraben Charm, right? Anything else is just kind of overthinking it. So let's attack with the frog, see what they do. Discard the preordain. No. Discard the sewers. Keep the preordain around. I just feel like this is a Thraben charm. Not a Thraben charm. So if I'm going to lose my frog regardless, I would have to discard 3 cards to save it. Like, I could discard preordain, needle. No. That's just not good. I think I need to stick with my plan of just casting my deluge. Could just play out needle. Could just play out a 4/4 merc, but that just dies to another discharge. Yeah. If they follow it up with a 1 ring, they get to draw 1 card, and then I pithing needle. Well, you love to see a static prison go to the bin. Land one. Oh, no 1 ring. Okay. Sorry, frog. Much as I love you, I don't think it's the right time. All right, you've convinced me. Hoping you can eat a static prison. Yep. Okay. That's a pretty good draw. That is a very good draw. That would be a very good draw if I had the cards to cast it. All right. What you got? Mm-hmm. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So 1 off the city's blessing. Spell Pierce isn't dealing with a 1 ring right now. So do I want to attack with both and just plan on ditching the Spell Pierce. Can't do anything about Thraben Charm. I guess if I'm gonna attack with the frog, I'd rather draw the card. So if I go ditch the Spell Pierce, exile 3. Yeah. Throw the Murktide. I guess I could have also gotten cheeky and like Pithing Needle if they didn't fetch, name Arid Mesa. Alright, that's pretty good. This Ocelot Pride. Go. So I've got 3 life rolled up with Cling to Dust if I need it. I don't need to proactively play out the Pithing Needle. I can now, but we'll cycle this Cling to Dust into turn. Let's find an answer to the Ocelot Pride. Thank you. So now we can discard. No, I don't even have to discard. Fatal Push the Pride. Exile 3 to hop the frog. Attack in with the frog and the Graveyard Glutton. The Glutton exiles the Ocelot Pride. They lose a life, go down to 12, and the Murktide Regent's just flying lethal attacker in the air. Nice. I hate that we didn't get to Pithing Needle that game, but I love that Pithing Needle didn't change the outcome. So if it comes down to it tomorrow, a little less or a little more likely to not board in Pithing Needle if I don't think that I need Pithing Needle to win the match or to have a chance. So you're sold on this on Pithing Needle or just on like the traditional Dimir? I wouldn't say I'm sold on Pithing Needle. I like the idea of having it against the combo decks. But yeah, I think I am more sold on non-Oculus, which I have been for a while. I think Oculus is cool, but I think it gives a whole bunch of inconsistent hands that I'm not a huge fan of. Like, I had so many mulligans that first league of just double unearth and like nothing to do with it. qualified to my RC with that. Yeah, I won my RCQ with traditional Murktide, and then 1-1 with Shadow, split the finals of 2 with traditional. Never played Oculus in any of them. Just didn't end up having one I was going to at that point. All right. This will be something to look at. So I kept Gloom Lake from the old list. If I'm playing Thoughtseize, this needs to be Dark Slick Shores instead of Gloom Lake. But just didn't swap that around after I added Thoughtseize in over Bowmasters. Oh boy. We're playing a Dimir Thoughtseize mirror already. First mic ad. Oh no. It's beginning. The ads are here. Thoughtseize, my Thoughtseize. Seems reasonable. Think they're going to Bowmaster me? Nope. Black Fetch? Nope. Arthur, thank you so much for the follow. Hope you're having an awesome afternoon or evening or morning or whatever time it is wherever you're at in the world. Kept on top. What did you choose to keep on top? There's just zero chance that's living. Yep. Another card on top. It said Shores better, confirmed. Said truth. Fetch land. Okay. Part of me wants to just jam this Harbinger into the open mana. Just like make them fatal push. This land drops in the blue-black mirror is brutal. It is. Thankfully, they're not hitting all their land drops either. So it's not like the end of the world. All right. I don't want to counter this, but I kind of just want to use my mana. And if I don't counter it, then they just resolve the Bowmaster, untap, keep attacking. if they do resolve it, maybe I get a chance to like find a removal spell, protect it with counter spell, or do something. You're clinging my cling. Fair enough. It's funny because like if that cling my cling draws them into like another land, then that's a disturbingly good spot for them to be in, but not me. Hmm. 5/5 Merc, you say? You have a subtlety? Nope. So I've got 3 turns to figure this out. Show me a preordain. Almost. Probably should have just countered that to get spells in the yard for Merc. They're on like go big traditional Murktide. Yeah, I don't think I got a. Yeah, don't think I've got a chance in this one. Missing those land drops too early. Okay, so they are on like old Merc list. Murktide, Subtlety, Archmage's Charm. I don't even know if they're on Frog. I'm a little worried. I think I kind of want to force over the other Pierce. All right, who's ready to be on the draw? If your answer is me, you're correct. No, I would not like to play first. You also figured that in the mirror you choose the draw? Absolutely. So if it's the traditional Murktide mirror, I'll take the draw. If it's if either player is on Oculus, I'll take the play, regardless of which one I'm on. But if it is the traditional old school Murktide mirror, I will take the draw. Counterspell, Counterspell, Murktide, Bowmaster, Stern Scolding. Well, I don't care about a lot of these. We'll just take the Murktide. Sure. Take more thought seizes. Yep. Hearse. You got it. Nope. We've got Hearse in the deck, but we're not casting or not using Hearse. I don't think I'm going to go for Thoughtseize yet. I think I want that Mystical Dispute. I do want to figure out if I want to Stern Scolding the Hearse. I don't think I do, but double Psychic Frog, Bowmaster, Stern Scolding. Sure. I guess I can wait and see what they do here. If they like go to cast a frog, I can sink the unlicensed Hearse. Like if they don't use this Hearse, especially like on my upkeep or my draw step, they run the risk of me just having a land, playing it, and hard casting a Murktide. That can be kind of difficult. Yep. Kept a card on top. Thoughtseize. Would you like to counterspell my Thoughtseize? Or counterspell my counterspell, counterspelling your Thoughtseize? Nope. Pretty good one. What are we going to be playing in Legacy next weekend? It's a good question. I have not quite figured that out myself. Is Nadu good in Legacy? Certainly wouldn't be surprised. All right. Now we've got a game of Magic. 4 lands apiece. Everybody's on equal footing. Currently in the Legacy League with Nadu feels strong. I haven't seen like any Nadu list in Legacy, but I assume I can take a guess on most of it. They had to find the land, didn't they? Ditch the force. It's going to feel bad if they keep finding land drops and I don't. Like so. On land. Not bad. So if I go fetch Murktide. For 3. 1, 2, 3. They counterspell, I spell snare. They counterspell, I spell snare. Counterspell, spell snare. Counterspell. Mystical Dispute. Tide resolves. That's both counterspells gone. Psychic Frog number 1. Sure. Tameo. Uh-oh. That's one more thing than I was expecting to deal with this turn. How close are we to lethal? 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So not. Let's go push a frog. Push a frog. Am I pushing a frog or am I just pushing the other Tameo? Push the frog. I know they've got a Stern Scolding. So I can't just jam this frog out, unfortunately, but if I can go like frog, counter spell, scolding next turn or something, I don't know. Maybe we're in okay shape. See if they're going to flip this Tameo. This tomato. Stern scolding, unknown, unknown. Preordained does flip Tameo. So I could go to fight over the over the preordained. No. It's flipping the Tameo doesn't matter. Put 2 to the bottom, so I'm assuming they're looking for an answer to Murktide. Psychic Frog can resolve. Here's my Psychic Frog. Okay. A little bit rough. So if they have found a Murktide of their own, they're going to have it pretty handedly. Back preordained, sure. They have a bunch of looks at it. Now they are absolutely geared for the Murktide mirror, or for the traditional Murktide mirror, with like Tameo and Subtlety, Archmage's Charm. Which is kind of funny. Not really a matchup that I expect people to be really geared for. Especially with Oculus being all the hotness right now. Cling to dust, my frog. Gain some life. Rest of their hand just dead. Went straight at you. Kept a card on top. We're going to go upkeep, shoot the sheriff on the frog. See if this earns a counter spell of some variety. Okay. Card they kept on top has got to be either a Murktide or like a Shoot the Sheriff of their own. Those are the only things you keep on top in this spot. And it looks like it's a Murktide. We've already gone through a couple spell snares. What is this? Cling to Dust? Why? I don't know why you would cling to dust here. When you're tapped out. Alright, so they gotta throw the frog under the bus. They go. You've got Preordain. You can get back off Tameo. Or you can sink into Stupor my Murktide. I think you just cash in this Tameo for the Preordain right here. Like if the last card doesn't answer Murktide, then the Tameo just doesn't matter. And now you know that I have the Murktide. Yep. One top, one bottom. Okay, well, if it's a Subtlety or an Archmage's Charm. That is not a Subtlety or an Archmage's Charm. We go into game 3. Fling to dust. I respect it. Go out on your own terms. Or get a salute from me. But get to do it all over again. I don't think there's anything I'm changing up. Maybe Spell Pierce gets a little bit better now that I know they're on Archmage's Charm. And Hearse. Nah. They had Hearse early that game, and we still managed to find a way. No. Mulligan. Mulligan on the draw. Alright, this is a decent mulligan. Would I like Thought Scour in the deck? In this deck? No. The Eye deck, absolutely, but the two decks are in fact separate. In this one, having access to Preordain is pretty important. But if you're talking about, do I like Thought Scour in the Oculus build? Also, no. I don't like Thought Scour in any of them, but I think it's more of a necessity in that build than it is in this one. Mystical Dispute? Sure. The Tameo resolves. Tameo shall not survive, but it will resolve. Murktide off the top would have been so hot right there. Sure. Yep. Push the frog. Shoot the sheriff, the frog. Okay. Hiya. Come on, fatal push off the top. Come on, fatal push off the top. There's no way this works, right? No way they don't have the counter spell for this spell snare. Into the Murktide. I know. The Dimir is intense, dude. It really is. It just takes that one single missed point to flip it all the way around. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I can exile something out of my own yard. Keep the cards I need if I find a Murktide without growing his to a 2-turn clock. You're too late. I needed those sink into stupors for his Murktide, but no. All right. Yep. GG's. Rough. I don't mind losing to the Dimir mirror. Like, it's fun magic. It's definitely a lot of lines. I hate mulliganing on the draw game 3, but that's just an odds thing. I just clicked to not play first. I think I did. I accidentally clicked no. Taking off all of my mouse binds. So unbind, unbind. Unbind. Nope. 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 All right. We'll get to see how we do on the draw. Against Eldrazi, a deck that I would have loved to be on the play for. Might be okay. We do just have like Force and Negation into Thoughtseize into Frog. Chalice, Kozilek's Command, Devourer. That's awkward because I both care about Chalice and don't care about Chalice. I care because if I find a Thoughtseize, that's my only way of interacting with Devourer. I'm just going to take the Devourer. Like, Thoughtseize is my only way of interacting with Devourer, but they have second Chalice. I could go like Thoughtseize one, Force Negation the other one. But I'm going to kind of bank on them wanting to Kozilek's Command my frog on their turn, and I just get to Force Negation it then. Like, you don't want me to untap. You want to get rid of the frog right now. Discard. 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 We find a land. Nope. Carry on. We have another Kozilek's Command. Definitely the downside of the line. Okay. Go. They did keep a card on top after missing a land drop, so that card could just be a land. Could also be like a one ring and they were hoping to spike another land. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I need to draw a counter spell or a Force of Negation. Kept one on top, assuming the Eldrazi Temple. Counterspell. Easy. Easy. Now you cast a one ring. One ring, one time. You have a Devourer. Oh. Sweet. That is what we call not a Devourer. All right. Pithing Needle for the one ring. And Sign for everything in between. Not much else I want. Push can come out. Shoot the Sheriff can stay in. We've got Thoughtseize in the main. Deluge out. Got a spell snare. I do have to consider for the showcase challenge tomorrow if it's worth like picking 3 decks and trying to just overboard for those 3. Like, do I think the meta is going to be a bunch of Boros, a single combo deck like Belcher, you just expect to see over and over again, plus something else like Eldrazi, and is it worth it to just run like 4 Break the Ice? I like this hand a lot into just a turn 2 hard cast Talisman. A little bit rough into everything else. Especially rough if they have a turn 1 Chalice. See if we can counter a 1 ring. Well, so play out the frog and pass. See if maybe we can catch them going for like a Kozilek's command and scry a bunch. And maybe we can get Harbinger down. Chat not coming through. All right, chat's frozen up somewhere. I see the chat showing up in the mini screen, but I'm not seeing chat show up on the Twitch feed. So let's see if we can fix that. Let me pull up like actual Twitch real quick. Because if I've just been sitting here ignoring chat for the last who knows how long, I'm going to feel pretty bad. All right. Pie's message just came through, but that's the only one that's come through. So if anybody said something in the last like half hour, it hasn't shown up at all. All right, so I've been playing with this eyeball more lately. It's felt stronger against the Boros decks. Thoughts? Yeah, it is actively stronger against the Boros decks. I think the last message was Mirabito saying something regarding the Dimir mirror. I saw that one, but then I'm showing 2 messages from Parker that aren't showing up on my actual feed. All right, I think I'm just slamming the Harbinger here. Parker, what are you messaging on? You're on like some crazy off the wall app? Was not showing up in like any of my Twitch chat feeds. So I have no explanation. Lucas, thank you so much for the follow. Is it YouTube? I've got multi-stream chat up, so everything from YouTube should be showing up as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They do have double colorless now. I kind of need to speed up the clock a bit. I think I'm just going to hit for a chunk, play another frog. I think Needle doesn't do anything against Talisman, unfortunately. Let's see, hey man, big YouTube content fan. What do you think about C's main deck so far? Worth it? I think it's been pretty solid so far. Why on earth do they have a Fanatic Erroneous? If this is just for Evoke Null Drifter shenanigans, like, I'm gonna be so angry at the world. If I counterspell this, I run the risk of them resolving a One Ring, which I hate. If I don't counterspell this, and they have like another Evoke Null Drifter, add 4. It's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 if they have another land drop. So it's not enough for Emrakul, the Promised End, but it is enough for random other Eldrazi. But I'm going to bank on being able to hit them with a couple Psychic Frogs or just like discard to Frogs and fight the Ronus inside of combat. And maybe find something to kill the Fanatic or counterspell or something. But I like, to get back to Lucas's question, I like Thoughtseize's main deck. I like it more in the eye builds than I do in these traditional shells. And I think a big part of that is it's really nice to be able to like have this backup option of Thoughtseize yourself to get Frog or get Oculus into the graveyard. So I'm just banking on if they like get back Ronus, I can just counterspell it. It's 2 green to Eternalize. Never mind. I don't care about that. 5, 6. Devourer is still a big consideration, but if they hard cast a Devourer, exile that, I guess I'm still 1 short. So actually, I should have discarded the Spell Pierce to this other Psychic Frog. I'm going to counterspell this. You got it. Yeah, I should have discarded the Spell Pierce to this other Psychic Frog to get the 1 more point in. Because then if they had a Devourer, they got rid of the big Psychic Frog, I'd still be able to double discard Fly to deal exactly 6. But because I didn't, if they had a Devourer to take out my Psychic Frog, I would have only put them down to 1, which could have risked them having like a second Devourer take out the Frog. So, fun times. But I do think I would run some number of Thoughtseize in the 75. I don't think it necessarily has to be like main deck Thoughtseize, but I think having access to the card in some number is really nice. Fighting to feed the kids. We fed the kids both leagues. Don't undersell us. This is more just like testing stuff like Pithing Needle. We get Boros in the last game of both rounds. I could get Watery Grave here, but I kind of want to give myself the chance to maybe play around Blood Moon a little bit. Yeah, we're 3-1 right now, fighting for the 4-1. Okay. So, if I attack, they block. I discard, shoot the Sheriff the Ajani. That doesn't seem great. I could Thoughtseize, Fly the Frog, attack. I think I'm going to do that. I'm going to Thoughtseize, Hop the Frog. Amtraptor, Ocelot Pride, Ragavan, One Ring. So if I take the Raptor, I do risk them Ragavan dashing plus Ocelot. You're going to hit a land. You're going to hit a land. You're going to hit a land. Quite. Honestly, like, worst draw I could have had into a dashing Ragavan. That's 3 coming in. They get a treasure. Play an Ocelot. All right. So if I go Frog, discard Harbinger, discard Counterspell, discard Murktide, fly, attack. Hit him for 4 down to 11. Draw a card. If it's not a land, then I have to sit here and do nothing. Hold up Spell Pierce for 1 ring. All right. I believe we're going to hit the land. The untapped land. And I'm so glad y'all agree with me. You've never seen anybody not hit a land here. Don't we try to do Harbinger if we draw a land from Frog? The problem there is if we draw a land from the Frog and play the Harbinger, they can still dash the Ragavan, and we can't block the Ragavan with the Harbinger. So they just get to like resolve all their stuff, and life is rough. Okay, so we can shoot the sheriff something. Like I could shoot the sheriff the Ragavan, and that's probably not the worst idea. Gonna hit me for 3, 4. Oh yeah, I can't shoot Ragavan. God, I hate that card so much. All right. Ragavan, you stupid, stupid monkey. Monkey pirate. Monkey outlaw. Well, that doesn't help. Well, we weren't winning this one. I don't think I've ever accidentally shot the sheriff to Ragavan in paper. But I'm going to have to go back and double check. Like, ask all of my former opponents. Hey, did I ever do this thing that I wasn't allowed to do? Oh, wait. I'm on the play. I usually keep in like one Harbinger on the play and board them both out on the draw. Yeah, Outlaw is just like the most random little selection of creature types. Okay. Pretty decent little hand. Just going to go ahead and Stern Scolding this so I can untap with a Psychic Frog free and clear. And maybe, just maybe, they don't have the static prison. You're going to play an Amped Raptor, and your Amped Raptor is going to hit a 1 ring. Damn it. Distance is pain. I'm going to regret keeping this Shoot the Sheriff. Like, watch. They're going to dash a Ragavan here. And I'm going to be sitting here with this Shoot the Sheriff. Like, oh, I guess I have to hit the Ocelot Pride. And Force negations are side out. Yeah. It's kind of rough to have a 2-for-1 on yourself in a matchup that's just all about 2-for-1s. Okay, Murktide. I need you to do your best impression of a creature that doesn't die here. I agree it is. Just like they know that and can static prison like nothing when we were tapped out. It's going to happen some number of the times and it's going to feel bad, but like force negationing that static prison and going down half your hand probably isn't winning you that game either. So you take the good with the bad. Like this is the card you lose to, is the One Ring. And the problem is against the deck, more often than not, their average draws are just too aggressive and you can't like have the board in a halfway normal spot before the One Ring hits, because you have to keep up with these 1-mana solo win cons like Ocelot Pride or Bombardment. That's a pretty good one. The One Ring. Go. So now they've got Flage. Option number 1, just counterspell the Flage. Probably what I have to do. If I let it resolve, they can target the Psychic Frog, sack it to the Bombardment, and I have to discard my entire hand to save the Frog anyway. At least this way I get to keep my Fatal Pushes around. Son of a bitch. I hate this deck so incredibly much. This is what Boros does to you, where it doesn't matter what your game plan is, they seem to find the other half of the deck. Like, I could have 7 Toxic Deluges in my hand, 7 Glistening Deluges, whatever, and I'm never in a million years beating just land drops, Bombardment, One Ring, Flage, double Static Prison. I could have all of like the Grave Hate, but then I'm just losing to the One Ring and the Ocelot Pride. I could have the cheap removal spells and the counter for One Ring, but I'm just losing to Flage coming back over and over again. Or their 1-drops getting in under the counter magic. Or I can't counter the static prisons on my threats and the Flage plus the Bombardment killing off stuff and the One Ring. No, we are super dead there. Like, even if we get a fetch, they still just have land drops to more flage, and our best draw is a land. When your best draw is a land and it's not like turn 3, you're not winning that game. Because your best draw just doesn't actually do anything to improve your board state. It's just like a land to try to survive. Okay, so what I'm thinking for the showcase challenge tomorrow, I still don't know if I'm going to stream it or not. I'll decide sometime over the course of the rest of the evening if I am. But between traditional Murktide and Oculus, I do think I'm leaning more towards traditional. The reason being, the bad draws are less clunky. Yes, the good draws are less explosive, which does play a part in the decision, but I just want like my floor to be higher. I want a better chance of winning when everything isn't firing perfectly. And I feel like traditional Murktide gives that more than Oculus does. Definitely running Harbinger this season, the main. Might cut the third Force of Negation. I don't know if I want Bowmaster. I might run like some Thoughtseizes in the sideboard for some of these combo matches and just keep the Bowmasters in for now. I don't really want to keep them in, but I kind of feel like I don't really have a comparable card, or not necessarily comparable. I don't really have anything that I want to take that spot. If I had a better card advantage spell, maybe that would be the answer, but not really any I can think of that seem very exciting. I don't really want to run Archmage's Charm. What about like 2 Bowman, 2 Seas? Maybe. It seems like it's just splitting the difference on 2 cards that I'm not super thrilled about either way, instead of just like replacing them both with something that is more interesting. It is, but you don't have to hack your sideboard up for it. Also fair. I'll put some thought into it and probably post my thoughts on Twitter before too long. But in the meantime, we are going to raid Disgruntled Elk. I was playing some Brood Scale Eldrazi, so if that's a deck you're interested in checking out, feel free to stick around, share some love from the channel. Otherwise, hope everybody has a fantastic rest of your evening. If you have some thoughts on the Dimir matchups, feel free to shoot me a message on Twitter, Discord, whatever. I'll put some links in chat for the Twitter, Discord, YouTube, in case you don't have any of those. Otherwise, yeah, we'll decide sometime over the course of the evening if we're streaming the Showcase Challenge tomorrow. But if not, best of luck to everybody fighting hard in it. So I will catch y'all back later. Hope everybody has a fantastic rest of your evening. Go enjoy some good food and company. Adios for now.